10 ppm per square feet. And I'll find that my backwash flow rate is 90, that's 70 ppm. 20 ppm is, then we use back the delta P calculation, just now this flow rate and CV value. CV value is the, you can get from the fact sheets. CV value 12. So you can see that the pressure drop will be quite high. 50 is considered quite high, which is why we not recommend to use a big tank with a smaller valve, because you will lose out in your delta P. It has to compensate in other ways.
So what do you recommend? 5 to 8 psi pressure drop?
See, ideal is like 1 to 5 something like that psi. Yeah, but I think it's just now we get like around 5 point something, like around there. 15 will definitely like consider high. Okay, so this one is one of the handouts that's printed out. Actually, it can't like give you a cheat sheet, because I was like doing all the calculation, but actually you can also try to use this table to find the area and also the flow rate. Yeah. This is kind of like a quick reference if you don't really want to do all the calculation. Then okay, these are the individual spec sheets. Actually, just put it here for reference. Like the 2850, what is the recommended size, tank size for the softener and filter valve. There are also different options for the valve, but I must say, because it might change your overall design. Like let's say the outflow regeneration. So most of the time we stick to what is available. Like we are generally using outflow regeneration. And even the piston, there are different options. Like the untreated water bypass. If there is a bypass, then you can see from the color, like there's a white color. And if there is no water bypass, then it's black color. So from the color, you can also see like what type of the bypass that we use. Then for the valve, there are single piston options. Or there is dual piston. Dual piston, it will be easier because you don't really need the solenoid valve and the auxiliary switch if you want to do the one duty, one standby. But usually the dual piston valve is one of the bigger sizes. Then different types of the timer available. The most common one is the turn and knob, the electromechanical, as well as the digital time clock. This one is just showing that later, after we done the calculation of the softener, then you should follow the calculation of the timing and adjust your time pin accordingly. So later we will see how much time for each cycle, and then so that you can adjust your valve timing accordingly. And other than using time, you can also track by how much water you use. So some options like you can use a turbine flow meter to track the volume, and based on volume then you do the regeneration. the different types of the injector, nozzle, and throat. Later the softener calculation we will choose which type of the injector to use. Then this the brine valve and the brine line flow control, which are all the, especially the brine line flow control. We also need to select the size in the softener calculation.
847. 92. Yeah. 847.
And all the commercial valve, it actually comes with this valve disperser at the top. So this valve disperser, you can see that the opening is actually bigger than a strainer. Usually the strainer has a smaller slot size, like a. But over here, the valve dispenser, the opening is much more bigger. So we don't usually our flat valve we don't use like a strainer, but we have this valve disperser. Valve disperser, why we need the larger opening is so that you can dislodge all your dirt and the sediments that were trapped inside your filter media bed. So this disperser, right, it has bigger opening for all your dirt to come out during the backwash time. But why is better not to have a strainer? Because strainer the pressure drop will be higher, and but to use the top disperser, that's why we always need to we have this backwash flow rate recommendation, because you don't want to have a too high backwash flow rate that all the media will be loose out. Because it's a bigger opening of the valve disperser. You just want to remove the dirt, but not the media. But the backwash flow rate you also do not want it to be too low, which is inefficient in cleaning your filter and the MMF, because they are not lifting up the filter bed for removal of the dirt. So this is the drain line flow control. Why it's important? Because there's no strainer, so you control the backwash flow rate, and it's the consequence of like undersize and oversize the drain line flow control. Just now actually, if you look at like this printout, there is this filter DLSC, which is the drain line flow control size. This is where you know what is the size of your drain line flow control. So for my case is I'm using my tank is 42 inches. 42. Yeah, my drain line flow control I need like 100 GPM. So this is where you select the correct drain line flow control size. Like for this tank 42, it is 100. So you need to, let's say you have 24 inch, they use 30.
What's the difference between these two? That drain line flow control and PLFC?
Oh, for MMF, same filter, ACF, you look at the last column because it's called filter. Then all these 1, 2, 3, 4, the injector, brine line flow control rail, these are for the softener. Yeah. So now we done the filter part already, so we look at the last column only. this is the example of the green line flow control. I think you can see at the Shanghai Oriental showroom there. So usually it might come with either 3 or 4 holes, but most of the time we only have the 1 hole that is open. In case you need the second or third one, then you can punch open. So these are the different options. The most important part is this one. Because actually, with the universal drain line flow control, right, the way to control what flow rate you need. Let's say I have like, if I need 70, then I can use like 25, and 20 O-ring. So actually, these are the O-rings that we have. And using all these O-ring plus just now the housing, you can form the different combination. Like I need 8, then I use 1 hole only and 8. So you can form out all the, so you don't really need to buy like so many different types of, yeah, you just combine, let's say, so I just need to keep a few standard items that I form into the different flow rates that I need. Yeah. So this is another like larger flow rate. Then you will need most likely you will need 4 holes to get the drain line flow control flow rate that you want. Then for NXT timer, this type is actually usually for if you have multiple tank system, then you will need this NXT timer. Even the single system like system 4, usually you can use an NXT also, but it's a bit it's quite overkill. Even a single system, you also use a multiple system control. But that is one of the options. Then system 7 is another commonly used, which is 1 tank duty, 1 tank standby. And usually you will need the solenoid ground and the auxiliary switch if you are not using the digital. The system 9 is that you will always have 1 more tank for standby, but there is like 1 service and 1 backwash. So these are the different configurations, but I think it's like not quite commonly used. So that's the Fleck valve overview, and then we also completed the filtration design. There will be more parts, more things in the softener design.
I have some clarification for the design. The head valve pressure valve is already given, but what I could clarify the media, because here you should only the estimated pressure loss in MMF. The valve, lateral strainer, and the media in MMF is for 15.6. But we are considering the different sizes and different volume of the media. So how to calculate that in the pressure drop in every volume of the media? Whether it's you use in the pyrolox, anthracite, or the carbon, or the sulfur, because it's different volume in every tank.
Yeah. Yeah, because like okay, the more media you have, right, usually there will be more pressure drop. So actually just now this table that I showed, right, is actually just I just put into a estimated number, because usually this media pressure drop, you will have to refer to your media spec sheets.
Okay.
Yeah, for example, right, if I don't really know whether I have let's say, because I'm not a media supplier, but I just have one example. Like these are the media sections. Then he will actually give you all the data. It will actually give you the how much pressure drop, like this kind of graph. Like what is my service flow rate, for example, at 50. Then if I operate at 20, my pressure drop will be around 1 point something psi. Yeah, and then I need to, because now I haven't calculated how high is my filter media, not yet. Like later on we'll calculate. So from this kind of graph in your media supplier spec sheets, then you can know the pressure drop. That is the most accurate, but for my table, I just use a kind of like a number, an ideal number, like less than 10, something like that. But if you want, you should ask from your media supplier, then you can get the correct
Yeah, because
exact
these
calculation.
are the big can affect our the flow rate.
Yes. Yeah, that's why eventually all these you will have to like do the calculation and fill in all the actual pressure drop. Like quite a lot of things to.
So you need to consider that you need to add that graph in your design.
Yeah.
Then I see also the entire design. We need flow meter in every in inlet and also the backwash to determine the exact flow rate.
Oh.
Yeah, because we very specific flow rate, so we need flow meter in.
Oh, no need. The backwash you don't need flow meter already because you're using this.
How to determine if you have not flow meter? Only estimation.
Yeah, because you are using this one. So this O-ring, right, it has different size, different opening. That is where you control the flow rate. So you don't need extra flow meter already. You just need to make sure you install this with the correct size.
If the input flow rate, you know the exact flow rate in the inlet, but you can I mean the output or the backwash if the inlet flow rate is already given, but if you do not know the exact flow rate in the inlet, you can also know the backwash. Right?
You will know the inlet flow rate once you finish. Yeah, like the entire design, then you get the inlet flow rate, right? So actually based on the inlet flow rate, then you choose your backwash flow rate already, right? Then as soon as you install the correct flow rate combination, then you can get the exact flow rate that you want. So don't need to have extra flow meter and then control your flow. But I think the feed and the inlet, you still need your flow meter to check the flow rate. But for the backwash, because you are using this streamline flow control, which is just a simple O-ring, and then you control the surface area, how big is the surface area, then it will affect how much water it flows through, right? So you don't really need an extra flow meter in the backwash. You just install this this O-ring, then you can get the correct flow rate that you want for backwash.
Thank you.
I continue or you all need a or you all like need a break?
Medyo hindi na lang mo pa rin naman yun.
Sino? Sino
I
tanongin
think
ko?
I'll continue or do but maybe the
After lunch, we will continue.
yeah, like the actually this part can continue first. Then the calculation, like yesterday, we stopped at the calculation because only a few slides. Then I will stop at calculation. So I will go to the softener theory part. Okay, for especially like drinking water, the concern of hardness is mainly caused by calcium and magnesium. And why we don't really like calcium and magnesium is because usually you will see some like white scale on your kettle or like heater. Or sometimes if you look at your glassware or the handle of your faucet, right, you see some water stains. All this is all because of the calcium and magnesium ions, the hardness that is causing all these kind of like not so nice looking in your house. And also in terms of industry, let's say you have calcium and magnesium, then it will affect your boiler heat efficiency. So this is the typical setup. The line will be like inlet, outlet, brine, and then there should be a drain. So this one just now I already mentioned about the ion exchange process. Like your resin should be the cation resin, which is full of the sodium ions. And as your hard water comes in, the calcium and magnesium get exchanged with the sodium ions. And during regen is the opposite. Your brine solution comes in NaCl and you replace the calcium and magnesium. So usually the common unit of hardness is either ppm. I think most easily read, but to do the softener calculation, we recommend to use grains per gallon. So these are the two commonly used units, and the conversion rate is like 1 grains per gallon is 17.1 ppm. So we'll use that later on. Then let's say your incoming water is like maybe above 100 hardness, is already considered hard water. So usually the water softener issues fouling because of the iron and manganese. So usually if let's say your iron and manganese is incoming ppm is more than 1, then it's likely to foul your downstream as well as your softener. That's why if there is this more than 1 ppm of iron or manganese, then you need one more extra process, one more extra tank. Usually with for the iron removal resin like the paradox or berm, then you can remove the iron and manganese first. Because usually iron and manganese in water is 2 class, so you need to oxidize the iron 2 class using the catalyst of the paradox or the berm. They are usually manganese oxide oxidizing agent, then they will oxidize the iron into 3 class, which can precipitate out. So you need like extra one more step before the softener if you have high iron content. Another item is like the softener is sensitive to chlorine. So, which is why you need the ACF in front of your softener to remove the chlorine as well as the organics. So this is the calculation part that I'm going to do after lunchtime. Yeah.
Tusin na.
Ah. So after lunch, we'll do the calculation for the softener.
Okay. So magla-lunch po muna tayo. Dito po may pagkain po dito sa labas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you can take your lunch here.
Oh.
Miss Alma's office.
Oh, okay.
The food is ready.
Oh, thank you.
Miss, kaya ito. Isip.
Lagi ka na.
Para ito. Nag-girls yan.
Kain ka na sa... Tapos kumain. Nagandang si Chan.
Hello, Sir Dante. Hello, sir. Oh my God. Oo, kaya naman, sir. Yes, sir. Sige, sir. Pwede, kuhan, sir. Pwede, kay namang Wagoro Manila pa ba na atin ko technical training. Pwede na ko padtuan niya sa technical ugma. Tama, sir. Oo, tama, sir. Unsa man imong orasa, sir? Kaya ako, ikaw amo agdon. $10 o'clock. Sick. Pwede naman, sir. Basta ano lang. Oo. Naamantay mga pumps. At least natin, ano, sir, mga 1.5 by 2 meters. Sa machine lang. Dako dito, sa babaw. Mga tangke. Oo, tama, sir. Oo. Sa taas na siya, sabay na lang siya. Oo. Sa mga tangke. Ang i-process katong sa 10,000 liters. Matoy mong raw, pero na kay pang product, sir, pang product lang na apod. Sir, sige, sir, mga 10 o'clock, sir, ha? Patuan ako ni Stephen. Tama, sir, oo.
Sige sir, na mga technical in charge ron na bininda, ako to i-coordinate, ugma po ko 10 AM. Okay, salamat, sundan.
Okay.
Ang lahat ng computation. Times 20. 75. So, naging 8 or 78 yung percent. So, yun yung computation ng mga galing sa computation.
Rest in peace mo, Senyor Pastor. Hindi nakalagay. Yung parang public announcement. GG kasi hindi mo tapos Weston. Yung kami kayo
Sayang naman ito. Kami po ay nabubuhay sa kape. Kape na lang. Sa akin. Where is the CR?
Wala siya ng kape.
Balik ko pa ito. Si ano pala? Boom. Bangkol. Sabi naman na itong
Feel ko
Ay, sir, hello po. Good afternoon po. Sir, baka interested po kayo mga gadgets po, electrical appliances and aircon po. Pag may inquiry po, at dito naman po yung mga details po. Opo. Thank you.
Ito yung ano ko. Gusto ko sa treatment ko. Kahit ako sa'yo, importante ito. Yung cellphone yun, yung cellphone sa akin pa. Super important. Kasi makita ka naman yun sa akin yun. Yan o, pwede nila, hindi ako gusto mag-store ako eh. Ito pa yung email nila. Hindi ako
Eh, kaya ikaw ba yan? Hindi ko na kailangan. Ano ba yung hair? Ano ba?
Iba na ang chitin sa bakit ang hindi Mario Rivera na
Oo, hindi nasa ligo naka-ano yung hair mo. Hindi na naka-learn yung kinakata.
ito yung ano. Ito siya kasi ngayon na meron na statement pala, inventory of depletion. Hindi lang yung so, ibig sabihin, pag depletion na, kung ba pinapa-deplete na lang talaga, ito na lang yung mga area na natira. So baka pag nag-discuss ka sa kanya, na, oo, meron ka pa palang 10 areas na doon mag-plano mo. Kasi pag depletion na to, pinapa-ubos mo. Pinapa-ubos mo. Talaga hindi ko talaga kalalasin siya. Grabe.
ay hindi yung caps yung may lunch
Uy, kumusta? How's business? Okay ba yung sabi na? Galing, no? Sa'yo na ako, wala siya sa'yo. Yung media, ganda. Pakita mo sa kanya yung slides na lang. Right? Yung slides ng DMA 65, pakita mo sa kanya. Oo. Iron Man galing sa setting siya software. Kapalit siya ng Pyrolox. Kasi ang problema sa Pyrolox, ang minimum requirement niya para gumana pH 6.5, di ba? Si DMI 5 ko dito. So, kaya niya mag-treat kahit acidic yung tubig. Di ba pag yung Pyrolox, kung low yung pH mo, mag-dose ka ng calcite o soda ash, problema ka para tumaas yung pH. DMI 65. Tapos ang surface kaya niya, mas malaki. Oh. 1 paper, 5 years. Actual, 10 years. 1 paper. Kasi di ba kayo? Kaya bakit kami yung slide, ha? Sige. Oh. Hindi, try. I-print mo. Bigyan mo si soft copy. I-print mo na.
Sige, print ko nga.
Okay? Sige, ito na ako.
Let's go there. Yes.
Busy. Oo, talaga mo.
Sige sir, ikot ka. Yung ano mo sa pina-explore na namin?
ma'am sa mamaya. Yes. Okay. Yan. Kaya si Bob, hindi siya pwede
Dito ako gusto na ako. Yung kasama ko na sa pero hindi na natin para
Yung mga kasama natin, doon sa
Nakita mo na yung mga nakasale namin doon. Baka may gusto kang bilhin.
sige.
Mga nakasale. Oo. Mag-order ka next week ha.
Next week mo may mga sales na mga lupis lang.
Yung ayaw kasi ni sir nung yung pinapadala ko sa dati.
Yung mga sales, hindi ba yung mga customer ko?
Ayaw niya. Yun na nga yung pinadala ko sa yung nakasili. Yung mga na-color.
Yung blue, saka...
Ang magandang sila sir yung si Royal Seal. Yun, meron kami. Pero kung mag-order ka, advance mo para i-advance order ko doon. Kasi yun, manifest daw yun eh. Maganda yung Nag-line nga din ako na yun yung pinagawa. Yung submersible naman, kasi tinatanggal ni sir, naubusan na.
Naubusan? Yung 2 inches kasi maraming...
Sa inyo ko nabigay lahat yun eh. Yung dumating namin, parang ilan lang ata, 20 o 10 lang ata yung dumating.
Pero may malating.
Malating. Sabi ko kasi yun yung mabenta. Kaya ang marami kami sa ngayon yung 3 inch na 4 inch. Pang ano na tayo, pang malaking ano na.
Kasi yung 2 inches, pang replace nila sa mga deep well ng mga bulls. Kasi mas malaki yung flow, saka at the same time, mas matipid sa kuryente.
Matipid yun kasi. Kaso 2 inch, di parang maliit lang.
Pero yung flow yung compare mo sa bulls, mas malakas.
Mas malakas.
Kasi deep well mo.
Oo nga. Mas naubusan. Ang may stock kami dyan, yung walang control, sabi ko sir, dapat yung control.
Kahit walang kumumpak, okay naman eh. Basta 2 inch lang.
2 inch lang. Ay, hindi. Wala din pala na yun. Kung walang control. Kasi dalawang klase lang yung 2 inch namin eh. May control
May control ba sa wala?
Display unit na lang
Yung
yun.
3 inch, hindi masyado.
Hindi masyadong makuha. Pero dito mabenta yun. Sa mga ano nila. Sa mga gripo ata nila ginagamit yun. 3 inch. Ginagamit sila ng display.
Kasi usually ang gamit din sa mga filling station din, bali na replace na yung
Yun yung ginagamit na. Yun na,
mas
mas mura pa.
Mas mura.
Kasi si goods, mahal yun. 50 plus ata yung
Ano, kung sa amin siguro mga 27. Walang power.
Yung ano naman na, yung wala na kami stock din sa legal selling yung sinukuha ng euro. Wala natin, may stock na ata dito. Puro-puro na lang, kaso mahal.
Kasi yung mga customer ito, hindi na
Gusto ano. Pero maganda rin yung ano na, no? Pero maganda rin yung performance ko, no? Hindi ko nga alam bakit sinanggal nito. Pero meron pa naman sa market sa ibang supplier dito. Yung plate ko, meron pa rin kasi.
Yung sales na marami pa doon, yung blue na mga kapalong
Ayaw niya, marami mo pa.
iwan. Pero
Ano naman yung bubble naman na
kahit paano, may kulay na. Pa-reserve na siguro ako ng ano yan?
Yung
Royal Seal,
color, oo.
Royal Seal.
Royal kasi kinukuha na ni Sir.
Yeah.
Yung ano, yung
Meditation lang,
yellow yung kulay pero yung flavor niya pula.
Mm.
Yun, royal yun.
Kung may mga blue rin.
Oh, may blue siya. Matagal na kasi sa ano, hindi kami nag-gista kasi napalit sa mag-deliver. Unlike yung isang supplier namin na yung makapal. Mabilis. So, kaya yung iba no, kung mabilis sila dito makapal. Kaysa walang machine. Kasi pinifree nila yun sa mga ano yung setup nila. Yung iba. Naka-free doon. Naka-free sa setup na pag nag-install sila. Yun yung free doon.
Bukas ulit yung sa swimming pool.
9 to 4 man. Pero baka mabilis mo matapos na. Kahapon, ang daming hotel ng ito eh.
Oo, iba yun. Yung sa
Oh, yung
yung sa pamilya.
Yan ay marami din. I-send ko na lang sa iyo yung ano, notes mo. Ikaw na lang mag-ano mag-print. 83 pages kasi yun eh. Dami yung ano. Send ko na lang sa GC natin. Ito, meron pang topic na ito matatapos talaga. Yung sunod, yung CRI pumps naman. Oh, iba rin yung speaker na mag-ano. Tapos bukas, buong araw na yung swimming pool. Bigay ko na lang sa yung certificate mo kahapon na gawa din. Yes, sir. Sir James, ayaw pumunta dito, no?
Busy.
Oo nga. Sa hardware talaga na siya, no? Lakas siya sa hardware. Nakikita ko yung mga, ano niya, my day niya. Ano yun, nag-import ka?
Bali...
Container eh. Container, no? Lakas niya eh. Siguro, itong water ba, inano lang din niya, bago lang din niya to.
Bali...
Hardware talaga siya.
Hardware talaga siya.
Kasi
Bali,
nakilala
siya
ko
lang
lang.
nakakita sa Shanghai, sa kanila sa akin. Kung dito lang sa mga...
Ay, pero ikaw yung nag-ano,
Oo.
nag-manage.
Nag-manage. O yung sa puncher talaga, yung mga issues, ang check
Siya. Laki ng question niyo ba? Yung mga ganun?
Oo.
Iba-ibang tinila? Isa lang may-ari. Hindi ka ba maglo-laundry, sir?
Ha?
Hindi ka ba maglo-laundry?
Bali, may mga prospect ko.
Mahirap din. Oo,
Hindi
hindi ka mahirap din mag-laundry kasi maintenance na siya. Hindi siya katulad na pili ka gamay mo na installation. Sa laundry, ang dami pag-aaralan pa sa machine. Malit sa kita.
Yung malakas doon sa Pentair, ano ba?
Madami na ata installer doon? NUBD?
NUBD kasi may...
Pero ibang brand niya?
Ha?
Ibang brand niya? Fuse ata brand niya?
Yung sa kuan, yung sa...
Yung sa laundry machine?
So, LG.
Ay, yung LG.
Yung Pentair, yung sa machine lang, kasama dryer, mga 300. 300 package na lang.
No? Dami din pala. Manila, ano dito yan? Dito yan nakabase.
Oo.
Ganun yung napupunta niya. Parang kaya service ano niya. Kaya after sales pa yan.
Pag may kulang sila sa mga setup na sa review, dyan sa
China
mga
na.
sa akin.
Yan yung ano, kaysa magpadala.
Oo.
Pero ang branch niyo, Bacolod lang sa no? Bacolod lang.
June niya nga yun, yung June, saka itong July, hindi na talaga ng sale. Kasi ano, off-season ng sugar eh.
Kasi sabi ko, hindi na
Sugar dependent kasi yung nag-close. Pag walang sugar.
Ay, gano'n.
O, pag off-season, mahirap talaga.
Yun yung month na ano talaga.
Oo,
Hindi masyado.
yung tawag ko ng tempos mo. Dead season.
Dead season
Dead season ng sugarcane, no? Para talagang verify yung sa mga supplies niyan. Saka sa mga setup.
Ito, August, siguro. Ano na ulit?
Hindi, pa ba yun? Bare month pa nag-start yun.
Start
Yung pinaka-kuhan yung August, yung pinaka-mahirap talaga yung August.
August?
Oo.
Tapos bird, yun na, babalik na.
Oo, babalik na yun.
kasi mag-ambulance na eh. Kaya pala, sabi ko na nag-order sila sa Rox.
Oo, marami pa kasi.
Sabi ko, paano may iba na kayo kinukuha na.
Marami ako marami ba?
Oh, mahirap din mag-stock sir eh.
Oo.
Tapos sila yung bebenta, tapos nag-declare na yung check mo sa amin.
Oo.
Parang sakit sa
Dumami
ulo.
pa dun sa Victoria. Yung
Oo, tamang
last
inventory na dapat.
nag-stock kami ng marami ng mga 16 by 65 ata yun, 13 by 54, mga
Yung maraming
100. Mga 30% pa lang siguro yung
Nabibenta.
kasi yung binibili yung kuwan lang, yung 10 by 54
Oo, 10 by 54. Standard kasi yun eh.
Sa mga house filtration lang kasi
Yung
yun ang gamit.
clearing na.
Oo.
Na-stock na lang yung ano.
Bali nagagamit ko lang yung 13 by 54 sa setup ng water refilling.
Okay.
O sa mga
Maganda gamitin ang 1354 sa refilling station, di
Oo.
ba?
Oo.
Mas malaki yung ano niya.
Oo. Mas malaki.
Kasi ano kasi nila, 10. Yung standard yun. Pero yung nakaset up sa amin dyan sa likod, kasi may refilling station kami. Di ba nakapunta ka na ba sa likod?
Oo.
Di ba? 1354. Ay, naging demo yun, namin yun eh.
Oo.
Sa 25 pa lang balik ng dali.
25 o. May siya kong anak ko.
Oo, malit pa pala anak mo. Isa pala anak mo,
Oo,
sir.
isa pa lang. Late na kasi ako. Yung
Nagsusuplada
wife ko is
sa trabaho
pang
eh.
25 years yung gap namin.
Oo.
Yung wife ko.
Late ka na nag-asawa. Saan sila? Diyan lang.
Sa part kami na check-in sa Panginoon.
Oo nga, hindi sila namasyal pa. Namasyal na kayo kagabi.
Hindi.
Ada,
Sunday pa siguro, Sunday pa.
Sabagay,
Full
ilang
day,
araw
full
din
day,
naman
Sunday.
Magmuha
Kasi
kayo
ako
sir.
sila ko.
Kung
Sa
ganun.
kasapan, last time, hindi kami nakapunta ng Oceans Park.
Ay,
Sa
oo.
gabi na.
Tsaka sa ano yung Manila Zoo. Magkatabi lang.
Manila. So, nakakita na
Nakapunta
kami
kayo.
last
Manila Ocean Park ka naman. Open naman yun eh.
Kasi punta namin
Star
doon gabi
City.
na. Oo, gabi na.
Oo, pag Star City mo yung anak mo.
Oo.
Mga ganung edad, ano yun eh, hyper sa lakad yun.
Oo.
Ilang taon na sir? 2? 3?
Hindi, ng 4.
4 na.
4 na.
Excited kang gumalay.
Oo.
Lalaki pa naman.
Ilang mas na yung baby mo?
Magtubo pa.
Cute.
Pumasok na ako after 1 month ko ng pahinga. Kasi naman ako. Hindi, dapat 3 months.
Oo.
3 months. Sabi ko, kasi malaki, ganun din naman. May trabaho din sa bahay.
Yung speaker is ano, pure Chinese yun? Okay.
Ayun mismo yung supplier namin.
Yung
Yes, yes, kasi sana eh.
Pentair
US
is yan eh.
Oo. Maganda yung ano, ganyan. Yung kanina, yung active kanina, di ba may nagpapasyon yan sa harap. Bago namin ano yun, engineer. Marunong din siya sa mga ganyan. Wala na kasi yung dati, nakatulong ba yun? Wala din namin engineer dito. Yung kaya si Ronald Skills.
Ay, hindi na ito. So, yung nag-train ng kung sa wastewater?
Oo, yan. Siya.
Okay.
Wala na siya. Nag-design.
Nag-design siya. Abali siya yung bago na yun.
Oo, siya. So, magaling siya din sa mga computation. Bagong hair lang din yan siya. Yung ano sir, tara, baka interesado kayo.
Baka pa siguro next year.
Kasi ano na, ganun din naman eh, 5 years to pay din naman. Pero check mo lang yung ano, interest. Compare mo na lang sa dealer, sa mga dealer.
Pero wala na ito, di ba?
Wala. Wala. Train na ata sila. Unlike sa dealer na may DB sila. Sila. Ewan ko. May client ka?
Walang client, aalis ako ng work kasi pinaya. graduation nila.
Wala.
Magpapalit pa nga ako ng damit kasi yung damit ko.
Kaya napapis na.
Mag-attend ako sa magpakananay.
Magpakananay ka muna.
Pero hindi kasi ako naman ito ng ganitong oras. Ganitong araw. Kasi nga, ang pag-ito ng television. Sabi siya kanina, sasalitan lang ako.
Para ko nag-live ka dito. Kunti na lang pa din.
Ano actually yung sa pain saan?
Si Aray? Mamaya alas 3.
Alas 3 pa yun?
Okay.
Hindi, gusto ko yun kasi si microtech.
Napams kasi yun. Maganda rin yun. Mamaya siguro nandito na yun.
Ma'am!
Pwede sana?
Sige.
Mag-start na rin ako.
Hello. Mga hapon. Ano yun? Bowser. Okay, musta to guli. Waiga mula to. Dati nga mula si mo. Makakato sa kuwanti na complete mo na requirement. Ate, bilhin mo lang to sa among motor station. Kaya rin mo sa Manila. Mayari ko sa seminar. 5 days. Sa mga next week na day. Tiyatag mo lang to kay alam mo lang to ako ni wife. Bilhin mo lang to tanan-tanan para na ma-provide naman sa insurance. Sige sir. Ha? Depende na kay last na ng inquiry. Kasi bagay i-submit mo na lang yung mga requirement. Kaya kay mapadiyo ka naman kung di naman kuhaan. Kuhaan mo na sila nila. At tapos ang user din ng insurance na ganyan sa salakyan na may insurance na, di ba? Dapat daw pa kayo ang certificate of no claim i-attach mo na isa sa i-submit mo ba na? Bali yung mga ayaw para to certificate of no claim para nga wala double claim sa insurance sa mga ito importante ko yung insurance. Importante ko sa insurance siguro. Yun na. Hindi ko suga. Sige lang, file lang ni submit. Bail, ito na yan. Ito na ito ko ito mga videos nila. I-file lang pa. Ito mga documents na. Sige, alam ko na yung bali, why na delayed? Why na talis dito? Sige lang, ilang taon ka na kayo. Sorry, ako sa sige, dahil na ko ito bilhin para na ako mabalik ko. Para na ma-process. Okay naman, sige lang kay kung yung makubika liho kay katayo ko ang pagpupunta mo ng insurance. But ito yung documents niya hatag, hindi ko nakasambat kung may documents na ano na process. Kaya mo ulat mo kung tawag kaliwat bala hindi mo ko tungkol pa mangkot hindi mo nila mga pangikanan lang may lang tawag mo documents na may sabit nila anay bukod sa blatter. Kaya mo na yung kwan nila sige na sir, try na ito bilhin para next week magbalik ko i-submit ito okay, Google na lang. Okay na sir, sige sir. Okay.
不要啊，我没有开歌，我在跟我一起唱一次。现在比我可以。
Ano dadalhin mo sa Ano dadalhin mo? Ilan?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Yes. Where do you get this?
Oh, it's just example. Example, yeah. Because I kind of like want to show how to do the calculation, so it's just a random number like is 44. Because 44 like it kind of like give 10 meter cube per hour. It's kind of like a very common. Yeah, maybe common number.
But this is
The hour.
what is the other system?
Yeah, the hour. Usually, like, do you like do the like plant design? Usually, is it like this kind of fluid?
Not so long.
Okay. Yeah, we just randomly use this number like a flow rate to design how big is the plant.
Random number is the number of example. Ang kwenta niya lagi is area. Area ng plastic.
Thank you.
Dito? May ito? May tawag ka din na?
must leave at 3. No, as in the flight was our flight 7 a.m. She said we must leave at 3 a.m. Because she said the immigration she said the latest is 4 a.m. Then we should go already. And someone need like 45 minutes to reach the Pentair must come in Yeah, because I was 3 a.m. you must go already. It's not like 4 a.m. like not like someone is like like he wants to already. Just now Alma was saying Alma time then she said 3 a.m. How was it? 3 a.m. Yeah, she said like just 4 a.m. Because she said that time she went to China also, the queue was very long and the immigration. It's not like Singapore, like we use the machine check in. But it's so Emma is correct. I think like 3, maybe 3:30 or something like that. Maybe she's not like 9 a.m. or something. So I booked at 7. But actually it's still like 7 lah. Then like 5 you should reach there.
That's not.
Kailan mo rin?
It's all cute. What if you need to shoot for 1 hour? It's not like Singapore, like very
Go.
and then our custom is like no queue, but other countries all got queue one. 3:30 or 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is like latest already. That should go already. 5 is like, I don't know. No, actually she was like, one time, so fun. Then she said, by 3 a.m. you should go. I was like, 3 a.m. Because she said, usually long queue. Oh no, long queue. Okay, so welcome back everyone. So now we will continue the second part of the calculation, which is the softener sizing. And okay, just now we were at the softener service flow rate and backwash flow rate. So we use the softener back service flow rate of and then the backwash flow rate, I was using 5. So we get we get like either the softener is 30 inches or 36 inches, and then the backwash flow rate is between these two values, depending on whether I want a 30-inch tank or 36-inch tank. So for softener, there is one more additional consideration besides the service flow rate and the backwash flow rate, which is the capacity of your resin. Because what is the capacity of your softener, then you will decide how long your entire system is able to operate. Which is why it's part of the sizing that whether you need to consider the capacity of your resin as well. So to calculate how much resin is needed in this softener, so this one is just the review 10 ppm, and then if you need very high quality, you can use a slightly lower flow rate ppm per square foot for boiler. And just now the pressure drop guideline usually is like, for the valve is like maximum 15. So how much resin do I need for my softener? Usually the softener capacity is depending on 4 factors. Firstly is the service flow rate, which will affect how big is your softener, and what is your incoming water hardness, like how many ppm. And the third factor is how much volume of water you need per day, which is your, in this case, is the 44 GPM. This part. The volume of water that you need. And also you want to take into consideration your number of regenerations. Because in general, right, to do the regeneration, it can take up to 2 hours. And also you need to prepare the brine solution, which to dissolve the salt in water to form the saturated salt solution. It can take up to 3 hours. So all these hours, like total like 5 hours, you need to consider to add into your operation time, which is why there will be a maximum of only 3 regeneration is considered reasonable each day. Yeah, and that will affect whether you need extra tank or how big is your softener size. So the volume of resin, let's say I use a 30-inch tank. The tank volume, the area multiplied by the height. Height of your tank. And then you get the volume. So area is square multiplied by height, which is radius is 100 divided by 2 multiplied by height. So if I have 30-inch tank, my 30-inch is 12 inch equals to 2.5. 2.5 divided by 2. Okay, so the tank height actually, I can actually refer to my spec sheets. So tank height, 30-inch. Okay, actually most of the tank usually is 72 inches. So 30-inch, 72 inches. So the tank height is 6 feet. And you multiply by 6. Which is 0.5 divided by 2 square. Times 5, 6 times 29.45. This is the total tank volume of a 30-inch. However, because you don't really fill out the entire tank with the resin, so usually the recommendation is like you fill up to like 50 to 60% resin. So that you have an additional like the big expansion of the resin usually is like 50% of your original big height. So let's say it's 50%, then the expansion during backwash should be 25 to 30%. And then you have another additional like, around 10% for the freeboard. So actually, the media resin, you can only have like you will only fill up to like let's say maximum 60%. So the volume of resin
Meron ba daw siguro? Dito kasi masabi. Sa likod dyan. Ayun, dito sa likod. Ito natin sa likod dyan. Ito na lang. Ano po? Ito natin. Sa likod na lang. Badaan. Excuse me, sir. Saksak na sa likod. Bubat. Sige. Saksak na. Okay.
So you get 17.7. So this is the amount of the resin.
Ayun, napito ka.
If you fill up to 60% of the tank,
That's good.
then
Papa ba?
okay. Now the softener is to remove your hardness, calcium and magnesium. So we will assume inlet hardness. In the incoming water, let's say 200. So I already get the volume of the resin already, but I want to know how much hardness I need to remove. So now I'm looking at the inlet water. Inlet water, I assume I have like 200 ppm of hardness. And this 200 ppm is equals to how many? So just now I have the before the lunch break we have this 1 GPG is 17.1 ppm. So because I know that later my calculation mostly is in grains, so I will convert it to grains per gallon first, GPG. So I have this amount of hardness to be removed by my softener. So this is the number of grains that needs to remove and this amount of resin. But I want to know this amount of resin has how much capacity. So to do that, right, there is this table. Because the resin capacity actually is affected by how much salt you use to regenerate your softener. So the more salt that you use, it kind of like you can get higher capacity, but it's not proportional because if you look at like this one is like 1.5 times this. If you increase the use of your salt for 2 times, the increase in resin capacity is not proportional. So it's not a 2 times increase. So actually, the more salt that you use is, even though it increase the capacity a little bit, but it's not proportional. But at the same time, you waste a lot of salt. And you need to keep topping up the salt, and then you waste more salt in terms of the operation. To calculate the resin capacity, I will assume the high salt because I want to know the maximum capacity. I'll use 29,000 grains per meter cube. So this is the capacity. So over here I have 17.7 grains of volume. So I have my resin have like 153,300. This is my capacity of the resin. So I can treat this amount of the hardness. Or my inlet is giving me 11.7 grains per gallon of the hardness. So what is how many gallons of the water can be treated? Which is the
42.
this amount of water. But my service flow rate is 58.6. So his score is 58.6. So it can last me around 12 hours, like not so bad. Because of the inlet is like 250, 200, 400 ppm hardness. It will last me around 12 hours. If I want to add another 5 hours, almost. $17.5 hours. So actually, roughly for the softening process, okay, once you get you know how many grains you need to treat per day, then you can calculate the raising capacity, which is 513, around 513K grains. Then the total volume of the water that can be treated with this amount of resin is this amount. So we want to know this amount is like can last you for how long? It's around like 12, 13 hours. Like, are you okay with like this kind of operation hours, or your plant need to operate 24 hours? So it actually depends. It will give you an hour or how many hours it will last. If let's say this 5.5 hours, right, plus maybe another 5 hours for median, total you need like 17.5 hours per day. If this operation hour is kind of like you find it okay, you actually only maybe need to work for like 8 hours per day. So then the capacity is like sufficient. But if your plant needs to operate like 24 hours, then this amount is not sufficient because you can only produce water for 5.5 hours. After that, you don't have sufficient soft water anymore. So it actually all depends on whether your operation, whether it's kind of like, are you okay with this 12 hours? But most of the time, if let's say, because this is like very close to the one whole day already, so the recommendation is still like, let's say if you can have the alternate tank, like 1 UT and 1 standby, then it's still better because you won't need to like kind of like set up the timing like just nice. Like every one tank is like produce this amount of water, then you cannot really have any downtime. So actually like SS70 format is still like quite a little bit tight on the timing. So maybe if you want to make it less strain on the operation, then you have one more parallel softener, like a 150, one standby. Or if not, you can have one more softener, soft water storage tank. So you have like one different one. Like the safest design. And also just now, for the valve, we look at the 2900. The service flow rate is already, it can reach at 106 ppm. And then the backwash flow rate is, if you use 30 inch, it's only, you only need like 25 ppm. So actually the 2900 actually is good enough that you can use this 2900. As the valve. Actually, I don't really want to go into 36. It's kind of like, maybe you get more capacity, but like bigger tank, then you also need a bigger valve. So everything needs to be bigger. But it depends on, you can try out the 36 inch. But if I just use the 30 inch, I get the valve 2900. And my resin can last me like 12 hours. It's quite okay with like 8 hours or 10 hours operation per day. But if you want to be safe, you can have one more extra barrel of the softener as a duty and standby. So I think this 30 inch is already quite good enough. I don't want to size it one size bigger anymore. Yeah, because everything will be bigger, then more resin, like your whole system are more expensive. So I will stick to my 30 inch. But probably I want more standby. Like one duty and one standby. Instead of build a big tank for storage. So this is the resin capacity part. Okay. Then for the softener, right, you still have the brine tank. So brine tank, you also need to know how much water and how much salt you need. Yeah. So to calculate this salt, right, use this. Now, because I want to know, in the design stage, I want to know the maximum amount. That's why I'm using high salt. But in the actual operation, it's more practical to run at medium or even low salt, just to save out on the salt consumption. But know your system limit is always like high or maximum for the calculation. So the salt amount. So I have get the so this is the salt required per regeneration. Quite a lot, like almost like 100 kg of salt per regeneration. And then one gallon of water. So amount of water needed. So you need this amount of the, you need to draw this amount of water to prepare your brine solution. So this is how much of the salt solution that you will need. This one he mentioned about this thing, and then yeah, to make sure you have the sufficient time. Either you can have alternate tank, or you have a big storage tank for the salt water. I think just already mentioned the three regen per day is the most reasonable estimation one. But most of the time, either you have a alternative tank, yeah, or the storage tank. One more consideration when you want to estimate the resin amount, right? Usually for smaller tank like residential type, the minimum height is at least 24 inches, and for larger tank above 20, like 24 and above, usually it should be at least 30 inches. Yeah. So this is the, like let's say this case 72 inches height. So if I want to fill in up to 60%, right, is 3.6 feet. And then if I want to fill in up to 50%, is like, so it should be still within the limit. 72 divided by 2. 36. So it's still more than the 30 inches, the height limit. So actually, because most of the commercial tank is like 72 inches height, so even if you fill up to 50% only, it's still within this height limit. And then the next point is like the 50% of expansion. So originally, if you have 50%, then you expand the medium bed another 25%, like 50% of the 50%. So it's 25 for the bed expansion. So for softener, there is one. So now I already have just now I already calculated the salt amount and the water amount. Then there is also green line for the softener. Green line for the softener is when you look at this table. For 30 inch, right over here. 30 inch, my green line flow control is 25. So this is the size of the. Just now we have the multiple like 3 hole or 4 holes, right? And then you put in the different O-ring. So you choose the flow rate of 25 combination. So this is how you get your desired green line flow control. So we can have the 25. So you get then for the injector and brine line flow control, it is 5C rate and brine line flow control of 5. Injector 5C rate, right? Then you will go into this chart. Over here, there is this brine valve type 1700. Like different tank has different brine valve. So 30 inch, I'm using 1700 brine valve. So I go to the 1700. Oh shit, like this 1700 injector flow data. And the 5C rate. This is like how fast is the brine is coming. Because this injector is actually at in the valve right just now, the hot water will come in and then you go through this injector to kind of like create a venturi effect. Then you will draw in brine. So the brine will flow into your softener during the regeneration step. Now we want to know how fast is the brine coming in. Because you want to have sufficient contact time for your brine. If your contact time is too fast, then the regeneration is no good. You don't really fully recover your resin capacity. But if your this regeneration is too slow, it's also not efficient because you kind of like waste a lot of time for the briny tank, and then you do not have enough time for the rinsing later. So you don't want it to be too fast or too slow. Then to control the flow rate is like the injector size. So the injector, usually we look at like 40 psi. You get around like 2.5 GPM. The injector. So now I know how much water I need to draw, and then I have the flow rate. I can know like how much time. So I know how much, yeah, how fast. Okay, for the brine draw, right, actually is just now we are using the 30-inch tank. So 30-inch, you have this injector, because injector is where you draw in the brine. So it's a 5C, the red color, and the brine wound is 1700. So you got these two numbers, then you refer to the graph. The first, this blue line is the brine draw flow rate. Second line is actually the rinsing flow rate. Then the red line is just the how much you draw plus how much you rinse, the total water consumption. But actually for brine draw, I just look at the blue color first. Usually, we assume like a 40 psi. Yeah. Then you get like around 2.5 ppm.
So that's the PSI for the draw.
Yeah, the draw rate. Yeah, to estimate the draw rate. That's how the 2.5 comes. Then because I need to draw in this amount of water per region, then I get roughly each regeneration, right? I need almost half an hour to draw in the brine. Like, yeah, almost half an hour. So, temperature, I'm not sure, maybe different parts of Philippines, you might have different temperature. Maybe some part is colder, or the higher mountain area is colder. So one of the things to take note is that if your temperature is colder, the water is more viscous. So the pushing rate of the pushing strength of your water to backwash your resin is actually stronger at a lower temperature because of the higher viscosity. So you want to lower down your backwash flow rate. So the backwash flow rate actually, as your temperature is getting lower, then the backwash flow rate is reducing because you don't want to have too strong of the backwash flow rate, and then it cause all your resin to be flushed out. So this one we already done, like we choose the brine injector size. you are at this stage of the calculating the timing. So actually, most of the time your softener will have like five timing, which is on the softener valve you usually set the timer like how many pins, right? So usually there are 5. Like you need to set the backwash time, the brine time. Brine time will include the slow rinse time, then the fast rinse time, and then the brine can review, brine level review. These are the timing that you need to set in your brine valve. Yeah, which is like this one. Because let's say for this chart, like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So usually backwash is almost like recommended like 10 minutes. So this one is quite okay. I don't really need to change. For this case, up to here is like around 1 hour. So I will have like 30 minutes for the brine rinse already. Then another half an hour is for the rinsing. So we will see the next cycle, what is the timing. But all this timing is basically for you to change the pin number. And then, okay, so this is the calculation part. Okay, backwash usually is like you already choose the drain line flow control, which is this one. Check. Like 50. So this part is already taken care of. You use the correct flow rate. And then for the timing, you can use the recommended 10 minutes. Then for the brine draw we already calculated just now. Just now we got the how much water I need. And then you choose the injector. So you got the timing. Then slow rinse. It's usually recommended for 2 times of the brine draw. Because you also need sufficient time to flush out the salt water. If not, you'll get the salty water. So this one is like around almost 1 hour. So you know the slow rinse time is over here is like 1 hour. So you need to add like this one half an hour plus 1 hour is like 90 minutes. So you adjust this next pin should be after 90 minutes. Then next is the fast rinse. Fast rinse is already taken care by your reliable control side, so you can use the guideline of 10 minutes. Yeah, it's quite safe. Then just now the brine refill. Brine refill, you also mentioned about the 1 gallon of water is 3 pounds of salt. So that is the amount of water that you need for make each batch of the salt water. And then the brine line flow control. The last one, brine line flow control. So we can use it to calculate this amount of water divided by $14.1. So your brine flow control, which is your last timing calculation. Get the brine flow control size, and then you get how many minutes. For this case, it's like 14 minutes. Then you adjust the pin accordingly. Okay, one of the way, right? Okay, let's say sometimes while your valve is operating, maybe there's a power outage, and suddenly no electricity. So even though you already set the timing, make sure the correct amount of water is going to your brine tank, but what if there's no electricity? Then it will keep on running, right? Because the valve cannot move, so the water will keep filling in. So another safety feature on the brine tank is this safety float valve. So you just set the valve position according to how much water that you need, so that in case there's no electricity, once the water reaches this level, it will not flow anymore. Then you can't like stop there. You won't flood the entire. So this the recommendation and the calculation just now we already done. So this is the last part, the brine tank. Like the brine well, then there is this safety float valve, the air track valve, and then you have this salt grid. So this is the typical drawing of how it is. The salt grid actually helps to, because you can kind of like hold the salt in a certain position, because when the salt dissolves in water, right, eventually the briny solution will be at the bottom of this tank. So if you have this salt grid, it kind of like can hold some of the solid salts above, which you can have better kind of like solution of your brine tank, because you won't really mix up so badly. Then this one is the air track valve. Because inside this air track valve is a bit like just on the vacuum maker, there's a ball round. So when the brine is drawing, right, actually when there's brine and then brine goes into the basic tank, the ball will fall out. So your brine solution will go in. But once the brine solution finish, like there's no more brine, then this ball will close. Yeah, so it's kind of like preventing you from drawing air into this raising tank. So once the brine solution finish, then it closes, no more flow. It's only the water for raising your raising tank. Then this one is I mentioned the safety float valve. There's a overflow drain as well, but the best way is still like to set up the safety float valve to make sure that your water, this amount of water doesn't overflow or in case of no electricity. So these are the typical components inside a brine tank. Then this one the injector housing with the just now the probe and the nozzle. Later on they will show the actual valve to you and the different components inside. Now we just look at the picture first. This one is also a repeat of this one also one of the lastly is the common issue. Like why you get hot water even after a regeneration. So a few things to check. It could be there is no salt, use up salt already, or it could be there is salt but it's hardened. Because sometimes like this picture, it could be due to high humidity, so the salt actually all hardens out. Then it cannot really dissolve, so it becomes a salt bridge. Then you need to manually break the salt. Another possibility is like it could be the injector is clogged, so it's not able to draw in the brine solution. And also along the entire line of your brine draw up to your injector, everything you need to check whether there is any leak which cause you to not able to do the regeneration, which is why you, even though it looks like you regen but there is still hot water coming out. Then another possible common problem is the salty water. So usually salty water is probably due to the time setting. So you need to recheck again whether your time setting is it according to like how much water, are you using too much salt or too much water, and then whether the time you set in the pin is it correct following the design. So these are the two common problems. So for brine tank sizing, I think we have done, we've done almost everything already. We got the valve, and we got the green light flow control, brine light flow control, and then the injector, the raising capacity, tank size, valve pressure drop. Okay. So now we don't need this brine tank size. Brine tank size, actually you can have a shortcut. Let's say you are using a 48-inch tank, then usually you should get your brine tank at least 48-inch diameter as well. So for our selection of the brine tank, it's either the closest to 48 is 42 to 50. So these are the two possible choices. But usually if there's no space constraint, just go for the biggest brine tank. Then you don't really have to keep on topping up the brine tank. Yeah, then it's like if there's no space constraint. So the quick way of selecting is like go for the biggest or like at least same diameter as your brine tank. So actually for my model number, right, the first two number is actually the diameter as well. So you can choose either one. But you can also do a calculation if you are kind of like you kind of like prefer more precise calculation. Then we can also do a brine tank sizing. Like just now, okay, this one is a 48-inch tank. The raising volume is 3. Okay, if I use my case like 30-inch tank, my raising volume is 17.7. And then, okay, I'm also using the high slot. High slot is like 12 times. So actually my slot amount is this amount. This one I already calculated like this amount. So if I want to really do a brine tank sizing. So actually I can use back just now my calculation. I get the 212 pounds of salt. And then if I divide it by 3, this is the amount of water. This one is just the calculation for 48. Then for my case will be 212 pounds and 71 gallons of water. 71 gallons of water is like 1 gallon is 3.7 liters. Right, 263. So I also have like how much water I need. And then I put a safety factor like around 80. 263 divided by 80. 3 to 8. So to find the brine tank size, right, you need like a certain volume. For 48, it's like 48-inch tank is 700 liter. And my 30-inch tank I need around 330 liters. So if I look at here, my liquid capacity, like I need 330 around here or here. Because liquid capacity is like the water amount. So I have like these two, 300 plus. And then my salt amount is, but 212 is only one time. So I can choose around these two, or like even bigger. But if I choose this 24-inch, right, it will only last me one region. So if I want more, like maybe 3 times or 4 times, like 3 times, let's say 200 times, like 600. No, 600 pounds. Which is like the tank size, 30-60. So it will last me like 3 times. But if I regen 3 times a day, then it will only last me 1 day. That's why it always come back to like go for the bigger one, bigger brine tank, or at least as big as this tank size. So this is how. If you really want to do a calculation of how big is your brine tank, then yeah, you find your water, how many liters and how many kg of salt, and you see like how frequent you want to top up your salt, and you choose that, or you just based on the rule of thumb, like bigger or at least equal to your tank size, which is like a shortcut. Like instead of you calculate and then in the end you still go for I don't want to top up so many times a week. Okay, so this is the entire soft kernel calculation. I think I finished already. Yeah, because we have the now you know the tank size, the brine tank size. You know the resin volume. You choose the valve, you choose the tank size, the sizing of your injector, brine line flow control, green line flow control. So that's everything. Like finish. Almost 5 times. I think they say like 3 o'clock they want to do dismantle the valve. like show you the one. So my part is done. Then later on we will show my colleague will show you the valve dismantling and operation and the parts. Yeah.
Excuse me. I have a question. This is about the R. Why is it that the our membrane is showing only 15% recovery? 15% recovery flooring, product flooring. Recovery.
For the RO membrane.
Yes.
15%
only.
So you need to, if it is 15%, then your recovery is 15. So you need like even bigger, like you divide it by 0.15. So your service flow rate will be much larger. Like this one. If 15%, then you are like 44 divided by 1. Because maybe like the older generation of RO, right, then it's like 15%. So your service flow rate will be much bigger. Because you need to supply more, because a lot of the water will go into the concentrate waste. So you just adjust your service flow rate accordingly. But it's not quite a good method. Then your system becomes very big. So we can break, or if you have other questions. No, we'll wait for each one to come. I sent the slide and initially I copied my slide one of your colleagues. Yeah, you can get like everything, but now you can note down first. After if you want the whole slide, you can get from there. And around the same time. Yeah, I think no need. Got hot chocolate. But I feel like it's too sweet.
Julie, saan na ba yung 2900?
Dito naman din. Yung buo alaman.
Pati yung electrical para hindi mo yung Pentair. Gusto niyo mamili 2900? Filter o sa akin? Pero sa'yo. Julie.
Yung ano, 2850.
Julie, wait.
2850.
From the machine.
Filter softener po.
I think we tried yesterday.
Julie, wait. Wait ka na.
You done already? So Is it around? Because I remember like 3 o'clock is supposedly the next mastermind.因为整个 recolor 的 text 嘛，那他们 take color particular。Like even the Brunei one, color is the most important factor. The most important factor is the color. Then when they filter one, filter.
Pero anong gusto niyo yung may power siya para makita, ma-demo ni Pentair? Extension ba? Juni!
May extension pa sa taas.
Kuha ka.
Video.
Ito kasarap para ano, assist mo siya.
Kau kalau sih bawa pistol kan?
Apa ang galing nata? 220 ba yan?
而且应该没有什么时间的那种，定得很忙的。然后还去。
Mas pangit. Hindi na binalikan.
Kaya naman saksak mo. Saksak. Saksak. Saksak mo lang. Buksan mo. Tama ka sana.
Ito yung page. Yung page namin. Ito yung pinapage. Tsaka hingi naman ito yung set. Pwede yung ka alas sa 680. Pwede yung copy.
Vision is our tools.
Pwede yung sa 680.
Shall we start? By the way, she's Yushan from Pentair. She will teach us how to dismantle or any concern, just raise up and then she will answer all your questions. Okay?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Fleck Center. So we will be exploring 2900 and 850, which is two of the most popular valves that is sold by Shanghai Oriental. So what do you want to explore about this valve? You want to know the programming, in the settings, and then after that we will dismantle to show you how to do how to change the piston and how to change injector. For example, if you want to use this valve and you want to know the injector, where to open up the cap to change. So for this one, most of you know how to program the time, because all these are time clock model. It will backwash or regenerate. For filter, it's every midnight, and then softener it will be at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. So, in order to decide when you will generate or backwash, that's the first thing you need to do, is to program the time of day. You want a table? Yes.
Natutulog naman yan, kuya. Ito? Gamitin natin yung nagigirap sila. Patong na lang. Ha? Underline mo na.
We'll remove the cap to make it easier. We will program the time of day. If you can't see, you can come here. So I press the red button. This time of day, like a flag here, 19th time of day. So if I were to go now, this 12-hour wheel, so there's 1 a.m. to 12, 1 a.m. to 11, and then 12 noon all the way to midnight. Okay. So now it's 3 p.m. I will just turn the wheel until I reach here, 3 p.m. So 3 is pointing to time of day. This is the actual time. And because this is a softener valve, I know because I look at here, I can see the ejector accessories. If you look at that one, it's flat. You can see the top, there's nothing. This part is a flat. You don't see the
the brine accessory, the J tube is not there. So this is a injector accessory. So meaning this valve will regenerate at 2 a.m. And depending on which day you want. So this is a 12-day wheel. So it's convenient for programming the frequency of like every day, every 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 6 days, or 12 days. So the red arrow here represents today. So if I want it to backwash tonight at 2 a.m., I will push out this pin. If tomorrow, no backwash, no regen, but the next day, alternate day, this is what I will do. I'll just skip. Every alternate day, I will push out one pin. So because when it moves, like as the valve is in operation, the day wheel will move. So when it moves, it will trigger. So whichever is sticking out will actually trigger the switch to run the backwash, the regeneration or backwash for that day. So this is basically how it works. Is whichever pin you stick out will have a backwash or regeneration on that day. So it's very straightforward for time clock. It's just choosing exactly which time you want it and which day, how much is the frequency. And if you don't want to regenerate at 2 a.m., you will manipulate the actual time. I think Ming Hui maybe have shared that, right? Yeah, so let's say if you want it to be 3 a.m., so it's 1 hour later. So you will set your time at 2 p.m. now instead of 3 p.m. So you're making your clock run 1 hour slower, so meaning your regeneration will be running at 3 a.m. instead of 2
Is
a.m.
it plus 1 or minus 1? I think to make it 3 a.m. You're going to add an additional hour.
Yes, so your
So
timing will be minus 1 hour. So
minus 1 hour will be minus 1 hour will be 1 a.m.
minus 1 hour. You will run slower now. Because now it's 3 p.m.
Yeah.
But if I set now,
Yeah, you're right.
now it's 2 p.m. So it will be tricked to be 1 hour slower. So you will push back the timing. But actually, there's a trick. If you want to change this thing to be exactly your preferred time, you can shift the hour thing here by removing the screw. I'll try that. I'll open up one of the screws.
Smooth.
So what time do you want to regenerate? Real time.
The standard for that
It's 2 a.m.
is 2 a.m. Every 2 a.m. is the
Yes.
backwash time.
2 a.m. but
Regeneration time.
according to the pin, which day? Today, tomorrow, about 2 a.m. But if you don't like 2 a.m., you want 10 p.m., then because there's a pin, there is a show you that how it works. Because there's an arrow here that points at 2 a.m. You can come and see. It's here. You see the small arrow inside.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's pointing at 2
2
a.m.
a.m.
The small arrow inside. So this arrow is pointing at 2 a.m. For the filter, it will point at 12
Midnight.
12 a.m. So if I don't like to have to play around with my current time, I don't like 2 a.m. so that I can follow my actual time. I want to change to 10 p.m.
The second I will loosen the screw of this, and then I will shift the arrow to point at 10 p.m. If that's my preferred time, then I will never have to play around with time of day. I will just do exact because 10 p.m. is what I like to have. Yeah, so it's flexible for you. But if you don't want to, then it's okay. Just stick to it. Okay. So yeah, that's. And then another thing about programming. That's the programming of the frequency when to regenerate. Then another thing is important is the duration. How long should be the cycle of each regeneration cycle? So there is already a factory default when you ship out the bulb. It comes with like 10-minute bed wash because there's 5 pins. Each pin is 2 minutes. So 10-minute bed wash. And then from 10 to 70, which is 60 minutes duration. This is when the brine and slow rinse takes place. Then after that, there will be another 5 pins, which is a fast rinse duration of 10 minutes. And then there is 90 to 80 to 100, about 20 minutes of brine refill. And the last 2 pins, which triggers the end of regeneration. Then it goes back to service mode. Then you can see there's a switch here. There's like an arm that triggers whenever this rotates. So this thing is rotating. This is the start of my regeneration because it touches the switch. So this is like a position switch. So it knows like which cycle to move the piston. So after 10 minutes, then it comes up and it changes position. So now it's going into 1 hour of slow rinse and brine and slow rinse. So 1 hour passes, and then it goes into fast rinse because it's pressed down on the switch. Then it changes position. The piston moves into fast rinse. Then after 10 minutes, it comes back up into refill for 20 minutes, and then the last 2. There must be a minimum of 2 pins for the switch to take the signal because one gap is like too narrow. It doesn't register, so at least minimum is 2. But the last 2 is a must to trigger the end of the whole regeneration cycle. And I believe Ming Hui has also shared how it's necessary to move the pins for the brining cycle. And then they will depend on your injector performance. You did some sharing on the injector performance.
The graph, right?
Yeah. Like how, if you have, for example, 50 gallons, and how long it's going to take for the injector to suction out 50 gallons. So ideally, you want to have like 20 minutes because of the brine contact time. So if your injector is too big, here you didn't change it, then your suction of the brine is too fast. It finished in 5 minutes, for example, 5 minutes. So you didn't have enough contact time of the brine to rinse out the hardness. So you will have 5 minutes of brining and then 55 minutes of rinse. Yeah, but ideally we want like 20 and then double of the duration. So 20, 40, maybe 1 hour. But sometimes if you're using high salt, like for boiler application, you use a lot of salt, then you want to have additional time for suction and then also additional rinse time. Then you will have to move the pins backwards. And then for refill is also important because refill is dependent on your BLFC. There is a here it's showing as 2.0. You can see it's marked 2.0. So that will be your refill rate, the BLFC 2.0 gallons per minute. So if I have 20 minutes here, by default, the factory setting, 20 minutes in my refill cycle, so 20 times 2 BCM, I'll have 40 gallons of water in my brine tank every time I refill. So 40 gallons times 3 pounds of salt, 80 pounds. Right? No, 40, 120, yeah, 120 pounds of salt. Yeah, so it's depending on that, you can adjust the duration of your refill cycle. And then you move the pins. The accuracy of this is important to prevent overfilling your brine tank. Because sometimes if you're always using the biggest BLFC, like 2, even though your tank is much smaller, maybe you don't need 120 pounds of salt, you need only 80. So you would cut down your refill cycle to prevent the wastage of unnecessary extra salt. Or you can also do that by adjusting the safety float inside your brine tank. There's the level that you want, so you won't exceed. Yeah, so that is all the programming that you need for a time clock or a mechanical timer.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What kind of bulb we can put the meter base for the regeneration, or that is only for days and hours? Because based on the competition, we need to extract volume to regenerate the system. But I use, because the usage is variable per day. If I program that day that is fixed,
yes,
but is the usage is variable.
This one is a mechanical. This is a time clock, but actually for softener we always recommend to use volumetric. Yeah, volumetric you will be more accurate.
Volumetric.
It's another model.
Another.
Usually digital, the digital type, the volumetric, because you want it to run on volume exact. Because every day the variable usage of water is different. So if you fix every 3 days, sometimes you use more water, sometimes it's less. So it's not accurate to use softeners which are time clock.
So it's better to use
the
volumetric.
But for very fixed operation, like maybe household refilling station, sometimes it's more predictable. The pattern of usage, you're able to predict exactly when is the capacity running out. But for commercial or industrial, it's more variable. It's better to have regeneration by volume. Or you can actually use cistern tank, like storage tank. If you want to run based on volume or days, number of days, then also you can
by storage
tank. It's also a way to calculate how much water is being produced and whether it's accurately every 3 days. Okay. Do you have any more questions before we want to dismantle?
Yes. Is that type of model modular, for example, the difference between that and then for the MMF is just the accessories for the softener. So if we dismantle the J pipe, it can be used on the MMF, or that's a different model entirely?
You mean this?
Yes. If we just dismantle it, then it be used on the MMF.
Right. Can be recycled to MMF.
Or salvaged. for another application?
Depends on there's a list, the sizing chart that shows the 170. This paper. So this, what you see here, you have 1600 and 1700. And the last one should be 1800. So these are the models of brine tube. So certain models, they share the same. You can see there's a small header here, which shows like 2750, 2850, 2900, and the 9000 series. They can use 1600 brine, which is this one of the models. And then the bigger ones, they move on to a bigger model for the 17 and then 1800. So as long as it's the same size, then it can be using the same.
You just put
you can
endpoints on
transfer.
the connections.
Yeah.
Endpoints.
Yes. Okay. You want to open this valve now for piston change or you want to? You can see this is the brine valve. Power on, or we can dismantle it.
Okay.
So the piston is moving now. This is the drive motor. It will move the piston into position when you start the regeneration. Yeah, I just started the regeneration because now it's in the backwash mode. So just make it move. So I move to brine. And you can see the blue cam. This is what is moving. The switch. So the switch will activate the blue piece to move. Then there's a link. So this arm is linked to the piston rod. So that's when the piston will change position. So I will move to the next, which is fast rinse. So it's at fast rinse now. And then when I finish the fast rinse, I go to refill. So at the same time, there's another cam here. So the blue thing we call the cam. And it's basically something that detects and changes positions. So at the side here we have a brine cam. So this black wheel, it's pressing on you can see this brine accessory. The gray thing is being pressed down. So it opens up the brine valve. Because you're in brine refill cycle now, the brine valve must be open to allow water to refill into the brine tank. So the brine tank will be connected here. There's a tubing. So it needs to have the brine valve open. And the other time the brine valve is open will be during the injection, the brine injection. So other times the brine valve, after refill, it will open back, close back, because it's spring loaded. So it's normally closed. Only opens when the brine cam presses on the gray spring loaded. So now it's back to service mode because I finished my cycle already. Okay. So the brine cam closes the brine valve. So if I try again, this is my start of the generation, backwash. This is backwash. So when I finish backwash, I go into brine injection, so you can see the brine valve. And then if I move forward to my rinse, it's there, but it doesn't really matter because the brine tank is empty by now. It's finished sucking and then followed by rinse and fast rinse. They still haven't topped up the refill yet, so there's no water even though it's open. And then there's an air check. The float air check in the brine tank, one of the accessories to prevent suction of air into the tank. So it will not have any impact even though the brine valve is open. And then I'm in refill mode now. It opens up. Open until I finish my refill, and then the last 2 pins triggers it to finish the whole cycle. So now it's back to service. That's the whole regeneration cycle. So yeah, that is the operation of the valve. Very simple. For filtration, it will be even simpler because there's no brine valve involved in filtration. And then the cycles are just backwash, rinse, and back to service. Okay, any questions?
Excuse me. You can do backwash automatically or manually.
Yes,
Do both.
Manually, yes. Manually, it means you just turn the knob. Like if usually it's 10 p.m. but now it's 3 p.m. I want to do one extra backwash. I just make it start. Make it start. So once I make it start, it will go on. It will finish everything by itself. I don't need to wait 10 minutes and then push. Because once it starts, it will complete by itself. But 10 p.m. tonight, because if I left the pin sticking out, it will still do the backwash. It will still do the backwash. Because something I do in the between on my own is just an extra backwash or regeneration. The one at night will still take place. It will not be cancelled because I do an extra one. Okay. Okay, let's open up the valve. Power off.
So on the controls, what is the most common part that is being corroded or being broken?
The most common will be the wear and tear. The wear and tear on the piston, the seals. The piston.
The rubber.
Yeah, the rubber inside the piston. And the other one would be the drive assembly, the motor. It's the motor that push and pull the piston. So if the motor burns, then it cannot work anymore. It doesn't change the cycles. So those are the most commonly replaced spare parts. Dismantle the whole thing. In order to change the piston, we have to dismantle. First, we have to I'll remove the brine tube. It's like in between. So the body, this is all connected to here. So I need to remove the brine tube. Open this. Then I'll show you about the injector also. You need to change the size. Okay. So there's a rubber, there's a gasket. I'm going to remove these two screws. It's a rubber gasket. The cap has a number 4. Because when we ship out, we install number 4 injector inside. So of course you can change that to number 3 according to what tank size you have. Again. Okay. So this is the ejector housing. So this injector comes in 2 pieces. The other piece is inside. But be careful you don't damage the orifice. You can pass it around. So it's 2 pieces like that.
What's the injector?
Yeah, this is injector. You can see green injector. So there are other models together with it. So if you want to change the injector, then there are other colors. This is where to replace the injector. Then I want to open these 2 screws.
This one. 17.
Yeah. So basically you're trying to, they are screwed together on this plate. Both on this plate. So you want to remove them. So you can pull out this one, then the brine mount, the front piece can come out. Then I can, piece by piece, I'm trying to remove we call this the power head. So this is where the control is, and then this is the valve body. So separating out, because the piston is linked. This one, there's a pin that links to the piston. So I'm trying to separate out. Then I can pull out the piston. Oh, you have two. So one is here, and one is over here. So you pull out the brine valve. So be careful not to scratch because it's Teflon. It's Teflon coated. The same thing with the piston. Later you will see that. So when you take it out, try not to scratch the coating.
Why are you scratching?
If you want to see the brine valve. I will remove the drive motor assembly. So there's two, you can see two screws there. There's a link pin. So now the power head is separate from the valve body. To add the water.
Oil?
No, water.
Water.
This used before? This came from side or?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, so now we'll remove the piston. There was a pin just now. This one. So this pin is actually linked to this part. There's a this link. So it's pinned together to this one. So when the blue cam rotates, it will drive the piston in and out in different positions. Okay, so to take out the piston, I will put back the piston. Then I will just pull it out. And then try not to scratch the grey color. It's a coating. And the green also is Teflon coated. So, oh, this is good because the whole piece came out together. This is the seal and spacer. So seals and spacer. Basically, it's like it's inside. This is the piston. Okay, you can. The plastic bag. Piston is only, yeah. Actually, there's two pistons. This is the upper piston, then there's also the lower piston. Yeah, you can open it, the cover. So similar. So there will be a pin. You see a big pin here. Use a screwdriver, you take out this pin. Okay, here's the pin, and then there's this two big. This screw, remove it, and this screw. Without the power end. So the same way, I will pull out the piston. This is the lower piston.
Lower piston.
And then you see this is a no hot water bypass because it's black color.
No hard water bypass.
Yeah. And then this one is white, so it's a bypass. But whenever we are in a dual piston valve, so we only refer to the water one. So this is overall this will be a no hot water bypass piston.
So what kind of grease is applied?
Sorry?
What kind of grease?
We use food grade silicone. Food grade silicone lubricant.
I'm not sure.
So usually we will use lubricant.
When you say no hard water bypass, that means only product can
Yes, that means
only permeate can
when you have regeneration, there's no water. Outlet is closed. It stops. So you won't have hot water going downstream. No bypass.
no drain. You mean no drain?
No outlet. Outlet
No
doesn't
outlet.
have any water. Not even hot water. It doesn't pass.
So it's cut.
Yes.
The product when you do regeneration, there's no product. Stop.
There's no product. There's no outlet. But if you have bypass, it will have untreated water.
which is not good.
Which is not good, yes.
If you have a hard water bypass and you're regenerating, if there's an RO after you,
Yes.
it's gonna have a problem.
Unless you put a solenoid.
After, yeah. But this is better. No hard water bypass.
It's better. That's why we have two options. We have two options, but
What's the other one?
standard is with bypass.
But nobody would buy it with bypass. It's risky.
They want, yeah, mostly industrial. They want no bypass.
Yeah.
No bypass.
Should be.
Yeah.
So this replaces the solenoid. It's doing the solenoid's job.
Yes.
Right?
It closes the outlet whenever it's in a backwash or
Backwash or rinse or
yeah.
flash.
But the other way to do it is to run your backwash at a time when no one is using water. Because as long as there's no water in the outlet, there's no usage. There's no hot water going down.
Right.
Like when you backwash in the middle of the night, no one's using any water, so there is no bypass. There's no concern of
Anyone using it.
the untreated water going
But
down.
then you have to drain it after. And you're done. The end one. The end
No
part.
need. Because there's nothing. There's no movement of water.
Okay. It's
It's
stagnant.
only to
Okay.
the drain. Only to the drain.
Okay.
So this is usually the piston will be separate. This is what you will change when you do a replacement. Like the spacers.
The spacers. So these are the spacers.
Yeah. So the piston, because the spacers have seals in between every piece. There's a seal.
Right.
So the wear and tear usually is on the seal.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to have the drain line flow control. Because if the media enters when you don't have the drain line flow control and the backwash is too aggressive, the media goes in.
Yeah.
Because there's a disperser instead of top strainer. Yeah, the flow disperser. Because the flow disperser is attached here. It doesn't protect the media from entering your valve. Once it goes in, it will...
Flow restrictor, right? It's called? Or disperser?
Flow disperser.
Flow disperser.
So the good thing about Fleck is it doesn't use a very fine slotted strainers on top. It uses flow dispersers. So it's good for backwashing because you're allowing dirt to quickly leave the tank. But you don't want your media to leave the tank. You want it to expand, to loosen up the dirt, so everything leaves quickly. But if you wash...
So you mean when the backwash happens and there's dirt?
Everything goes
Yeah.
in the drain. And when water is coming in, it acts as a flow disperser. Because now the water hits the flat side here. It hits here and it sprays out. So it sprays through the holes. So it gives...
So in case there's a media that bypasses the bottom strainer, instead of it going outside, it will go back inside.
No, mainly it's for flow distribution.
Flow distribution.
Yeah, because when the water flows in, especially if you have a very big tank,
Yeah.
you can cause channeling.
Yeah.
If the water all hits the center, but when it hits here, it sprays outwards. So it's prevent channeling of the media. And the big holes allow the easy to backwash the dirt, but you need to protect the piston from damage because there's no strainer for this. That's why you need the DLFC. Because when the piston gets a lot of media and it moves, it scratches the seals.
Yeah.
And it's easy to tear and then it will leak. Then you need to change the whole set. The spacer and seal kit. So this is the main spare part of Fleck will be the spacer and seal kit.
That's what gets damaged in time.
Yes. Over time, if there's the DLFC is not properly calibrated, the backwash and a lot of media went in.
Kumbaga sa pump, this is a mechanical seal.
Kasi nakukulit din sa sarili mo. Pag ma-ito yung may mali na papasok na hindi.
Inside the valve. I should remove everything, but I think you don't have to remove the
Special tools?
Yeah, you don't have.
We have.
You have the one with the wire.
Di ba may special tool tayo?
Yeah.
Labas mo.
No, not that one.
Metal.
Yeah, it's like a...
Where's special tools of Fleck, Alma? Dali mo. Yeah, we have it.
It will turn the 3900 on my hand. Your hand can.
Ay, pang...
Kaya?
You don't need a tool, only the smaller ones. Because it's too small.
Yung panlagay sir.
Yeah,
Para
there's a-
pang-iiwan. Ginano mo. Yung ating mabalik mo yun.
Aircon,
The seal, maybe try to get the food grade. Food grade.
the food grades, liquid.
It's like gel. It's like,
What do you use, Junie? Petroleum jelly?
Petroleum jelly sir.
They use petroleum jelly.
oh no, don't use petroleum.
Yung sir only. Petroleum jelly.
Because it's not compatible with the seal. Sometimes
So what happens?
It will cause the seal to bulge, deform.
Oh.
Then when the crystal moves, it will.
Just as compatible with petroleum.
Yeah.
Kayo, anong gamit nyo?
Petroleum jelly.
Petroleum jelly? We are using petroleum jelly.
From jelly.
It's not the. It's
How
not
about the lubricant?
petrol. It's not a petrol. It's like a. What's this? An oil or yung pang
Silicone.
lubricant
Lubricant for baby.
or for skin use.
Di ba yung Vaseline?
Silicone. Silicone.
Silicone. Oh.
Because food, if it's water-based, it will be washed out. I think we sell it.
You sell?
We sell like small tubes, like per use. Per use.
What's the name?
It's just silicone.
Ito yung gamit natin? Ito yung gamit nyo? Ganito?
Yes, sir.
Vaseline. Pero kasi yun, Vaseline.
I don't think so. No, not recommended.
No? You know, in Philippines, we are very, whatever's available.
Resourceful.
We are
Resourceful.
Let me see whether
All the sickness we can cure here. So you send us the correct lubricant we should use.
Coconut oil.
No. Yeah, we have it. We sell it in top or
Tubes.
because it's very small, like white child.
So you will buy, you send us. But is there a storage condition? Refrigerator, something? I think this is better, right? Because this is too big.
Too big. So they just use it.
Kasi nilalagay ko rito, petroleum jelly talaga.
For sure. It's like silicone water.
Ayan na, RP.
Sorry.
Kung kailangan nyo aramin yung tools namin, pwede nyo mag-request ha.
Okay, I'm looking for the two with 2,900. So,
Si Kathleen, ito yung dahil.
Yung may label.
Which one?
only label has
Dala-dala niya.
Siya kasi gumagamit.
Para sa Fleck?
Oo.
Siya pala.
Pinare-receive, tapos pinabalik naman sa akin.
Ever since siya, wala na gumamit.
the biggest one is for 3900.
Tsaka si Joseph. Tsaka si Joseph.
Should be one of these.
Yung special request pala.
Mahirap kasi ipasok yun mo pag yung kakamay mo lang. Yung kasi pag sinuot
Malupit.
mo, maiiwan yung papasok mo.
Manipis lang yung
Parang ganito rin yun. Yung subak kasi yun.
Yeah, it's here. Cooler 2 for 2900
That's the one?
One of it. Use one of it. Three more. You also need this. This is to dig out the O-ring. So you can just make your own. It's just a wire. Okay, we will.
Ibalik nyo na maayos. Take 2 po saan galing RV, balik mo sa isang.
Ilagay ng vaccine mo. I-inject lang mo. Susok siya. Ito yung tanong. Tapos kasi kailangan magkaroon ng labing kong isa.
Not this one. Smaller one.
Yan, i-inject.
Ah.
Ipakyong ko pala ko.
I-inject mo lang yung seal.
Meron ko niya kasi mabalik ito eh.
This is a spacer remover. The white one. Used to go in to take out the white piece.
Yeah. Pwede naman. Nire-request tayo sa akin. Kaso nagagalit ko from US. Kasi na, yung spacer, sa din niya. Ipilos, tendency mo.
That's how it works. So I take out one by one. Because there's a catch here. Once I push it in, the metal will stick out and grab this on the inside. So I use this to take out the spacer, and then the wire will be to dig out the O-ring. Because it's like they stack together, one after another. So the last piece was the O-ring. So when I put it in, I will use the other tool. That one. The one that's not the O-ring back. Just for pulling out. Bigger.
Ilatag mo na lang kaya. Ilatag mo.
This is a stopper. Stopper means to like stop back the O-ring. Then the puller is to pull out the spacer. Then the wire will be to take out the O-rings. Because the O-rings are easy to pull out once you hook on it. But to assemble back, you need it to be in place. So you need this.
Kaya mag-assemble
So to put the O-ring back, usually you will apply the lubricant first. And then you just let it sit.
So nag-A1
Record mo lang. Or tapos natin. Hindi, wait. I-ano natin? Buo na.
Good. Pentair lang yun.
Expanded. So it should fit nicely in here. You see how you use the tool. So you press one O-ring to sit nicely in this, then you put it in all the way to the end. So it will be loaded right at the end. The next one, you put a spacer. So the spacer will use the other end. Just how we were using this end to load the O-ring. So now we're using this end.
End to end.
To use the spacer, to load the spacer. So the spacer goes in. So it's already in. Then the next one will be another O-ring. So then you just repeat until the whole set is packed. Yeah.
Why don't you try? Let them try. Try niya. Parang babae lang yan. Kaya niya yan.
And the next piece should be white.
Let them put that. So they learn to support.
The white piece isn't the sequence is not. The last one should be the small one. Can you see the manual? 2900 manual. I think the black is the last one.
Yes, ilagay. Ilagay ko.
Lahat na?
Titingnan ko sila. Ito na important.
The sequence of the piston internal. Yeah. So which one is it? Two is okay. So So the manual will show you what is the sequence of how to loading back the spacer and seal. So all the valves will have one of the operating or installation manual.
But do you have the soft copy?
Yes. Soft copy. So we also have a YouTube video actually for how to do this. So now I'm trying to do that. So white O-ring white. So you want to okay? O-ring. So it's O-ring next. So it's better to leave it in. But leave it in, then the hole is sunken.
Balik sa akin yan.
Yung po ba sir, kahit ba?
Hindi yun sa buka, sa reflux.
Small side.
So what do you do? We reverse it.
The flow will not be correct. Might be leaking in some cycles. Example, long lead spacer. Next
Kasi pag nagdari ako ito, manuman. Oo, sila.
Ano ang problem naman?
Hindi, natin mabalik.
all the way. Now you can push in the piston.
So do I have to put the pin first?
Yeah.
Jadi ini pun dapat bimbingan.
So there will be some sticking out. Because when you lock the screw, it will. Oh, we need to this one also. Then we put together. See. Your name is this is smaller kit.
Walang pin na.
Ha?
Walang pin na maliit.
Plain?
Hindi yung pang ano.
Ang sungkit.
Wala siya.
Walang pin na naman.
Hindi nahanap yung function.
Yung may pin din para dito sa maliit.
So ito din pala yan. Paano kung hindi siya wala tendency mag-bigyan mo?
Mahirap sir pag wala yung galing. Oo. Kaya kasi pag sakto ko, nakalay na sila. Kaya pag nagaling ko na gano'n lang kamay na yun. Oo.
Smaller size.
Hindi, per ano, per series, ibang pero usually common lang ito. Anong common yan kahit ano Samsung. Iba-iba. Kasi iba-iba na suka.
Nasaan na yun?
Home bitawan. Hold mo lang. Ayan.
Then the O-ring. The next one is the
Pag walang ganito nga. So this is the necessary solution.
72.
Ayan ba? One by one. Not yet finished.
So, what if, for example, it's taking like this? Can I have it together or?
Because the new one, because when you buy it, it's a new set. So you have to apply the grease, so you won't be stick together. But sometimes if you're lucky, you pull out the piston, everything comes out. The old one. But the new one is individual piece.
This one is one by one.
The smaller one is all same, right? But the bigger one, the
bigger one has a special.
yeah, there's one different spacer.
This piston is for the blending.
You control all the cycles. Everything. But this one is for the no bypass.
And then, ano siya na
Kapag kami ng bypass na
Saan ba yun?
yung bypass kasi sir, pag nagbabakwas, nagbabakwas mo, tumayag yung matulos din sa out. Dapat, sa intake service, dapat wala. O, kasi ayaw nila ng gano'n. Kasi siyempre, papasok yun sa ROE. Oo, sa system. So, ginagawa nila dyan, gagawa sila ng solenoid fading. Solid, magkuklos yung solenoid. Oo, kasi ginamit mo, may close open doon eh. Yung solenoid sir, mayroong kinukunik dito na may close tip eh. Kasi ikaw kunik mo dito siya. Tapos pag nagpapakwas na sir, pag-close yung solenoid mo, mag-open yung pan mo. Depende kung gagamitin mo, normally open na solenoid.
Hindi siya ginagamit mo pa rin.
Ano sir?
Pag hindi mo na talaga may gloss yan, talagang ginagamit mo na solid.
Pwede kung one sir, kung lalagyan mo lang ng one, hindi sarado mo bago ikaw magbakwas.
Okay.
Pwede naman.
Pwede na naman.
Siyempre, alam mo naman kung mga industrial sir, iba na yan, wala ng tao na po-operate yan eh.
When the shaft
Sipin.
You stick out the little like this. Because later when you compress using the
Sipin.
it's a big one, small one.
Wala na.
So like,
Yan.
is it? It's a direct line.
Did you find the pin?
Ugali sir.
Okay, now we can bring back to the motor. The pin connect back with the motor.
Your phone's mobile data is turned off, so I can't help you with that at the moment.
Sabihan mo na yung CCI nito.
Sige, tapos.
Nabalik na? Kapit na. Kaya yan.
On the threaded parts, do we need to put like just to prevent corrosion?
Okay na yun.
For the threaded,
Slow.
for the screws, do we need to put copper compound to prevent corrosion? No need.
The bigger one. This is correct.
Dito talaga yung maliit dito talaga.
Lilas ang naman ako.
Wala sa mga interest ko dyan. Dapat maluwag yung parinig na lalo. Okay na. Tracy. Pero doon silang siya eh. Maluwag sa loob. Sa Tracy. Tracy ba?
So now the piston is in, and once you tighten the screw, it will compress. It will compress all the way in. The other power head.
So let them really show how to assemble. So they know how to do initial support.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay na.
Dali, you need to bring the pin back. Good.
Mau kasi.
Daming parts.
Okay. Sige, tulak na sir. Tulak yan sir, kasang tulak. Tinulak ko yan eh. Oh, sir.
Oh, the
Ay, screw mo na lang. Baliktad yun. Dito yun. Screw? Yan, sir. Hindi po dito kami, sir. Ayun. Move natin lang. Motor. Motor. Just push down. Sira na. Tas mo pa dito.
You mean the 4 meter? Yeah, I think it's we have one of the, like just like one of the slides, like there are different options of the 4 meter that you can match with this one, yeah. You can check with the Shanghai Oriental, then they will like we share.
Yes. Hirap, no? Nabalik na, Junie.
Nabalik na sir yung laklan.
Balik niya ba siya? My wife. Taco. Then she'll ask me, what did you eat? And if I can't answer it, trouble.
Did you leave any note inside?
No. Before, when we were newly married, no.
Newly married?
Yes, then it changes.
So you compare with your mother and father also, they also have snack?
No, that we don't do together. Just lunch. Ayan sila. What is iba na magpasalaat?
Something for like testing the water.
That's something for after, before it goes in,
Yeah. If you want to use it.
to know the influent parameters.
Yeah. But mostly it's not. Okay. So this is complete now. The last piece. It's hard to put back. Let's see. You want to come out?
Pili natin para mag-move siya.
Yeah, remove it. Remove it.
Hindi ka nang gagawin. Bakwas. Hindi yung bakwas. Yeah.
Fancy ba?
Hindi, wala na. Ganun ginagawa ko rin ng mga.
How about this one? But one that doesn't seem nice. For one pin. Ito naman. 4 minutes.
Even the space, if you want to make a space, you should use Is it easier to align?
Nabigyan na sila to CRD.
Ano po?
Maganda yung mami namin.
Yes, madam. Agad siya na.
So, ano siya? Nakabit na.
Ayun na?
Oo, nakabit na.
On cover.
So you can do the servicing. Easy?
Hard.
Ano yun? No extra.
Labas ko na kayo. Labas ko na kayo.
So they'll be good at servicing now.
Yes, we will try. But at least the basics they know.
Actually, we have some videos on YouTube.
Ah.
Exact.
Kasi hindi may katong.
Show the whole thing, how to disassemble.
Dismantle.
And then put it back. They don't show put it back, they just ask you to do the reverse.
Ah. Hard cut mo na?
Ay, kakat.
Okay.
Questions?
Do you have any questions about